Howdy, howdy, internet land. My name's Jesse Edelman. I'm doing a live stream to find my people. Um, I do a lot of tech. I've been doing a lot of technical work as part of my career and also part of my hobby since I was a kid. I'd be doing what I'm doing as a career probably as a hobby, even if I wasn't paid for it. Um, I have been toying with the idea of doing videos. Well, I have been doing videos. I've been doing videos basically for, pitching my gigs, introducing myself for career stuff. Um, and that's fun. Obviously, those are made with a sort of a pecuniary interest, a financial interest. But I want to do something for fun. I also kind of want to see if there's, what kind of ways can I do to kind of find people who I have common interests with. I have a really strange combination of interests. It seems strange. Um, I like computers. I like messing around with computers. Um, but I also am very interested in um, at this moment I'm interested in socialism. I'm interested in doing something that's, at least taking the steps towards working beyond the capitalist mode of resource management, including human resources, which is a terrible term, right? Um, you know, I've been reading Karl Marx's Capital Volume One, and as many of my friends, probably are tired of hearing about. But it is an eye opener to read that and to understand less, to understand more about what actually was being discussed rather than myths and innuendo and just outright lies about uh, what the text itself was actually describing. The scientific text was actually describing, and as a foundation for a different understanding of economics or furthering of understanding of economics. And that those two things, it seems like there's very little overlap between an interest in computers and an interest in socialism. Of course, there's the idea of licensing and free software, and open source software, and using sort of, the copyleft style of licensing is very, very interesting to me. I've been using, I'm a big fan of using open source software, and I like it a lot better for critical software where it seems like you have much more value in the community that's created around the software, not just the software itself. Um, and that's obviously, considered to be generally, well, the free software movement would classify that as copyleft. Um, Open source is more like supposed to be business friendly, which means kind of the politics is removed from it, although it's not really, but yes, it's removed from it. But even with that in mind, the example of open source, like the overlap between actually being interested in socialism and seeing where computing overlaps, um, or could overlap, is very interesting to me. So one thing I'll be talking about today. So my plan for today is like this is a live stream. I was initially going to be doing it on LinkedIn as well as YouTube. I kind of decided at the last minute to cancel the LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn is not really maybe where I can find my people, and is probably not the best idea to do that, being that LinkedIn is like it's oriented for finding a job, which is absolutely necessary in this in a capitalist system. If unless you're independently wealthy or a capitalist yourself. And by the way, most people are, 99% of people are not capitalists, even if they say that they are. You can't be a capitalist unless you own a factory, or you own something of significant private property that's used for marshaling of workers, um, and making a profit. So yeah, so maybe I'll do it later, but until I sort of get my uh, my feet wet with doing live streaming. I'm gonna hold off on that and maybe just keep doing things like demos and stuff like that over on LinkedIn. I am conflicted about it because while YouTube obviously has a bigger potential reach, and maybe also platforms like Twitch have a bigger reach, or Twitter, or even Facebook, um, LinkedIn seems to concentrate people together with specific interests. And I have seen other people doing kind of activism on LinkedIn, but it's kind of like crossing the streams, like in Ghostbusters, like it's crossing the streams, like, which is something you're never supposed to do, but maybe you are when you really need it. But it's it just seems like it might be at cross purposes. So especially while I'm getting started. But YouTube, hey, a lot of my favorite folks are on YouTube. Victor Farsick, Sabby Sabs, Professor Richard Wolff, etc. They're on YouTube. Jimmy Dore, folks like that. Lots of interesting commentators, lots of interesting experts. So many channels to list. So why not start there and see where it goes. Eventually, I'm hoping that the live stream would also maybe become something that I can actually make, take as a raw materials for making videos out of. So maybe that's also a possibility. So today, what I'm going to do is I wanted to focus on something that I was amazed to find out about. I know I'm late to the party, but I found out some interesting projects that had been done under the presidency of Salvadore Allende in Chile, and was amazed to find out about it. And it started from a simple search, and I'll go through basically how I did it. And I'll see. We're doing it live, so I don't know if the search is still going to return the same results. But it was just a Google search, and I happened upon this amazing project, hopefully interesting to you, that was destroyed when the military dictatorship toppled Salvador Allende's democratically elected government in 1973. So this is also, of course, ancient history. I was, let's say I was, I was alive but not yet speaking when the project was started, and I just haven't seen anything since that has this kind of had this kind of impact. So I'm going to talk about that. And then after that, or maybe during it, might bounce back and forth as well. We will. I have some projects that I have been bottlenecked on, or I've been blocked in moving forward on. The live stream itself may actually kick me into gear, but I want to share how I solve problems. I have read that what a lot of junior developers, people getting into the field, would like to see is to see what people who have a lot of experience, like how do they actually solve problems? How do they go about solving problems? And demystify some of that. Now, I am a senior. I do, and well, I hate the idea of being a senior. I'm always learning. I'm always curious, and for a curious person, picking computing was probably a good idea because the field is relatively young. It's ever changing. The field is really, depending on where you set your markers, it's somewhere around 70, 80 years old. That's very young for a field when you consider comparing against, say, chemistry or physics or civil engineering. Those fields have been around for hundreds, some thousands of years, and 70 years is not not a long time. And even though people talk about things like traditionally we do this kind of system deployment or things like that, that's really a ruse. You're only one commit away from someone changing the paradigm. I hate using that word, but it's appropriate. Changing the paradigm of computing, and that still means that there is life, and there's life in the field. There's still more to discover. So yeah, so I want to help, hopefully I'll help folks to see what happens when you turn over the rock in your computing adventures. Even as a senior, like there's a lot of things that seniors do, or people who had experience in the field, that they did just as they did when they were new to the field. Everybody Googles or Start Page. I like using Start Page, but everybody likes to use search engines to find the information that they need. So, you might graduate to other mechanisms to find out the information. Eventually, you might actually start looking at source code for software, especially, which is another reason why it's really nice to use open source software, is that you can look at the source code, which is the instructions for how your software works, and understand it, or at least have a hope of understanding it. You can start somewhere and understand better how your operating system works, your application works, even things like even if you have open firmware, which unfortunately I don't on much of my systems. But if you did have open firmware, you could even understand the interface between software and hardware better. Also, studying the interface between software and hardware is greatly helped by understanding the kernel, which is the core of the operating system that you're using, and any hardware drivers that you're using, which again, describes the mechanisms that the operating system uses to talk to hardware. You have the tools available to you to understand it if you have the time, the resources, and the interest. So I guess I'll start diving in, folks, with Project CyberSyn. So let's see if we can do that. So I'm gonna transition over here, and let's take a look at this together. So I did something to make sure I would be able to chat with you guys without skipping too much stuff. So as soon as I found out about this, I stopped reading. Now, and that's a bit of a mistruth. As soon as I started this, I did do some extra Google searches on this. I did see that there are articles. There's one in the New Yorker. There's one in the Atlantic, I think, from around 2014. But I didn't read them. I wanted to focus on the Wikipedia article because I know Wikipedia has problems, but what doesn't? But it's a good place to start your research. Not necessarily the place you want to end your research, but it's a good place to start your research for certain things. So let me also zoom up the text here so folks you can read along. The other thing I want to do, though, is I want to show you what my search was. So what I just did socialism and computing. And let's see if the same list comes up. It might, no, it wasn't this one. This one there. So there it is. So it came up as like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth item returned in a start page, which is basically a proxy in front of anonymizing proxy in front of Google, and I just saw the tagline. It was like history of computer hardware in Eastern. Oh no, I mean I just saw that this was like highlighted, and it's the first Wikipedia article listed. So Project CyberSyn. So let's take a look at this together. So Project Cybersyn, I'm gonna zoom it a little bit more, and look at this. Look at this. Look at this command center. Let's take a look at that image. Like, look at that. I mean, I think this is, yeah, this is a 3D rendering, so it's not the actual photographs. I would love to see if they exist, any photographs of this system. But of course, science fiction, mainstream science fiction fans are gonna see this and see, like, Star Trek or Captain's Chairs. That absolutely, of course, that's there. I don't think the designers of this system actually saw those films, like saw the original Star Trek. Maybe, I don't know. But maybe then, of course, Star Trek also took ideas from the military and and other sources themselves, and the influence for how they created their the bridge and their command chairs and all that stuff. But look at this, like, I mean, that looks technically kind of sexy. And imagine that this is in 1971. So all right, so let's go into I'm getting ahead of myself. So yes, we're going to read this together, but it's really interesting, I think. So we're going to talk about this, and then maybe I'm going to take some breaks and do some work on some projects that I've been had on the back burner. Okay, and of course I do. There is a live chat. I will be taking a look at it. Absolutely welcome to chat there, to mention, to say hi. I am moderating it. I don't know if my moderation setup is appropriate. This is like my first live stream. So, I do have a delay on it just so I don't get immediately inundated with spam. But I really want to interact with folks. And again, find my people. So feel free to please, drop comments in there as we read it. And tell me what you think of of Project Cybersyn as we discover it together. Okay, so Project Cybersyn was a Chilean project from 1971 to 1973 during the presidency of Salvadore Allende, aimed at constructing a distributed decision support system to aid in the management of the national economy. The project consisted of 4 modules: an economic simulator, custom software to check factory performance, an operations room, and a national network of telex machines that were linked to one mainframe computer. Project Cybersyn was based on viable system model theory approach to organizational design, and featured innovative technology for its time. It included a network of telex machines, a cybernet, in state-run enterprises that would transmit and receive information with the government in Santiago. Information from the field would be fed into statistical modeling software, Cyberstride, that would monitor production indicators such as raw material supplies or high rates of worker absenteeism in almost real time, alerting the workers in the first case, and in abnormal situations, if those parameters fell outside acceptable ranges by a very large degree, also the central government. The information would also be input into economic simulation software, CHECO, for Chilean Economic Simulator, that the government could use to forecast the possible outcome of economic decisions. Finally, a sophisticated operations room, ops room, would provide a space where managers could see relevant economic data, formulate feasible responses to emergencies, and transmit advice and directives to enterprises and factories in alarm situations by using the telex network. The principal architect of the system was British operations research scientist Stafford Beer, and the system embodied his notions of organizational cybernetics in industrial management. One of its main objectives was to devolve decision-making power within industrial enterprises to their workforce to develop self-regulation of factories. After the military coup on 1973, on 9/11, September 11th, 1973, the other September 11th, CyberSyn was abandoned and the operations room was destroyed. Okay, so I'm not going to dive into the rest of the article until a little bit later, because I just want to talk about what was unveiled in this high level description. So it's hard to emphasize this more, but this was designed. This was in 1971. So this was pretty much, depending on where you mark it, 2 years, around 2 years after Unix, the model that's used for Linux and for FreeBSD and other BSD variants operating systems. It was 2 years after that, and please you can correct me in the comments if you like about the date, but basically just want to say it was shortly after the creation of those operating systems that are still in modified forms, highly modified forms, but modified forms still in use today. And what and only within I've seen some other commentaries about cheated a little bit. I've seen some commentaries that this would be something that could have been it was a quote unquote precursor to big data, but I have a feeling that I don't know, but I have my doubts about whether the individuals who sort of formulated the ideas around big data, I don't know for sure, but certainly correct me in the comments, or if you were one of these people, please correct me in the comments. I have a doubt that they actually even knew about this as they were creating the idea of big data. If they did, it would be interesting to hear from them and hear what they thought about Project CyberSyn, and if they thought if it was done today, would it be possible? Or because obviously back then, computing was in a different era. Computers were huge. A computer that would be not anywhere near as powerful as the phone in your pocket would fill rooms, entire floors of buildings, and require massive cooling, and require a small army of support staff to just keep it in good operating order. And there was there was first some distributed networking experiments happening at that time. There was ARPANET was I think ARPANET was 1969. I have to look that up. But actually, why don't we do that? Let's see. So ARPANET. Yeah, 1969. So 1969, yes, of course there were let's see, do we get it? Yeah. Well, okay, so started to discuss it around 1966. The first computers were connected in 1969. So yeah, that was, relatively new. And that was certainly not that was a very small network, actually. You probably have the diagram. So this is the 1970s. So this was, not anywhere near the kind of internet which was the commercialized version of ARPANET, or at least open to commercial interests. This was, for basically the U.S. military and select educational institutions, doing research either with the military or with other government agencies. And it was also extremely slow. Now, of course, there were other networks besides the internet. There were, networks probably, that honestly I'm not familiar with, that handled things like stock trades. There's telegraph networks, and telex machines also had networks, and there were fax machines, etc. Like those existed. The telephone network obviously existed, and you could transmit data over the telephone network. So I'm not trying to say that there was no network that was capable of transmitting information, but the speed and the number of hops for information to pass through to get from one point to another were very different in that era, and there was extreme cost involved with anything approaching a high bandwidth real-time networks in that era. What else? What other things are interesting is, so the viable system model theory and for organizational design. So I think this is where things are interesting. This was a approach to a new approach that honestly, it does, of course, gets into organizational theory, which is very, I don't know how to say it, like it's very it can get pretty impenetrable pretty quickly, but we can dive into that as well. But what was interesting is that to me is that this was all destroyed by the military. One of the other things that's interesting to me is that this was destroyed in the military coup. So the military had either no interest in it or actually was actively against it in their military coup. It could be that they just didn't appreciate what it could do, or they associated it with Allende, so everything had and left wing ideas, and they just want just crush it all. But they did. It was destroyed. So the implementation is very, very interesting to me. So maybe we will go through this a little bit. Let me just check on that. Like, just make sure the stream is looking good. I think it is. Yep, looking good. Okay. So as you see, we've got a picture of Leon Trotsky beneath the fold, or right after the first it's the second section in this Wikipedia article. So what did this stand for? So let's go through the name. Let's walk through the article a little bit. And I think I'll just summarize this. The Spanish name for the system was Sistema de Información y Control. So System of Information and Control. And it was a pun on cinco, which is 5 in Spanish. And it was alluding to the 5 levels of Stafford Beer's viable system model. So let's go through. I don't want to read the entire article to you, but actually let's skip around a little bit. This is what some illustrations of the room. So again, we have like interesting. Can we zoom in there? Like that would be a display for industry in Chile. And if I can move this over, but like, and this would be a different way of viewing the representation of the state of the industry. I mean, I think just seeing this interface, you can see like the amount of control possible, and real-time information, um, uh, sorting and sifting possible is pretty amazing. Now let's go through and let's check some of these out. Like this was considered in 1971. 1971, and yeah, you can tell by the way the chairs are formed. It's definitely a 70s, with this kind of uh, inverted. I don't know how to describe that. The inverted whirlpool, like base for the chairs, and the curves, and um, the angles on the back. Like they thought that was looking really super futuristic, and now it just seems like it's something you buy at Target. But look at this display. Like, let's see if we can zoom in here. I mean, that's crazy. So this is like in a particular sector. And maybe these are, I'm not sure if these are names of, these are names of individual. Oh, these are like production lines. So these are production lines and with symbols to represent their state. And let's go down here. Let's go over this way. Alrighty. Okay, this is just obviously kind of filler. Yeah, this is kind of filler. But you can see the displays. They're there for the operators, or the people in control of basically in control of state industries are all in this one room. And why would this be useful? This could be useful because instead of being in the factory and have to monitor things with paper and pencil, and your calculator, or adding machine, or your abacus, whatever, you would have a central location in the centralized in the entire country, to be able to monitor and react on an almost real-time basis to changes in the economy. So let's see this. I mean, this is nuts. This is pretty amazing. So wow. There's other implications of this, of course. Something like this, could be used for good or could be used for evil, right? Or could, it can't really be neutral. This is, when you centralize control, you also centralize power. And, so what kind of checks are you going to have on that power? That's just always a question. As they say, with great power requires great responsibility. But as we see we see many examples of great power and great responsibility not coming together. In fact, we see a lot of irresponsibility and abuse of power. So here we see here like aesthetics. Okay, so I've got to skip around the articles because I did mention it. Like, so the ops room used tulip chairs. So that's what those are called, tulip chairs. You can see a little, okay, that's the highlight. Tulip chairs. I remember those. Similar to those used in the American science fiction TV show Star Trek, although according to the designers, the style was not influenced by science fiction movies. And I feel like, yeah, I mean, thinking that everything is influenced by Star Trek is not like it's Star Trek is not the only show, and it's also not the only aesthetic uh, 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 source for everything else. And so there was lots of designers who were doing things in a similar mode. Um, so but if you've seen Star Trek and you grew up at a certain era, like it would resonate with you, um, especially if you're not exposed to other a lot of other outlets that have some of the interesting designs in the 1970s aesthetic. So all right, so we'll talk about, let's see. So let's talk about this. So I think, I don't want to dive too much today into who was Leon Trotsky. I'm still, of course, I feel myself, I'm still studying his role in history. I've read some of his books. I still feel like there's much more to learn. He was obviously a revolutionary in Russia, and he was the head of the Red and formed the Red Army during the Russian Revolution, and he had a famous falling out with Joseph Stalin, and the two of them had, of course, many differences, but one that resonates with me is that Stalin had the idea of socialism only in one country, that's possible, and it's something to work towards. And Trotsky believed that if you're going to have socialist change, which is turning over capitalism or evolving capitalism to its next step, to its next stage, evolving our economic structures to its next natural stage. Trotsky believed it had to be international, that it couldn't be just in one country. It wouldn't make sense. And he was later killed in Mexico by Stalinist agents. But he had a lot of commentary on other worker movements and what the next society, what socialist society would look like. So I'll leave it at that. So let's go into what it talks about here. So Stafford Beer, this is going back to the designer of this CyberSyn system, was a British consultant in management cybernetics, which is already like that. Management cybernetics, what? And like, look at that diagram. I'm just doing the mouse over, and that's a crazy diagram. And it was first introduced by him. So Stafford Beer had a long history of work in management, in management and industrial theories. And I'm just starting to, I'm going to start to dive into him and his background, because he seems like a very interesting character as well. But let's stick to this article for a bit. So Stafford Beer was a British consultant in management cybernetics. He also sympathized with the stated ideals of Chilean socialism, of maintaining Chile's democratic system and the autonomy of workers instead of imposing a USSR-style system of top-down command and control. So that's already interesting, like, because this system, you can tell, already has a great potential for implementing just that, centralized control. So, is there already a contradiction that can't be overcome in this system? Of course, we will never know, because the system was not around long enough to be able to really show its strengths and its weaknesses. But it does seem kind of obvious, like, hey, you make a centralized system where you have basically a room where you can have powerful experts, or people who are powerful because they are experts. So you have the rule of the experts possible from this system. yet it was designed to somehow not devolve into a autocracy like the Soviet Union, uh, or a bureaucratic autocracy like the Soviet Union did. Um, so continuing, Beer was also reported to have read and been influenced by Leon Trotsky's critique of the Soviet bureaucracy in preparation for his design of the system in Chile. So does this, let's see. Okay, so this is about the nomenclatura. I'm sure I'm mangling that pronunciation. But there's an article, of course, about this, about Soviet and Eastern Bloc bureaucracies. And let's see what this, okay, don't know what that, so it's something from MIT Press. So I'm not sure exactly what, if there was a book that Leon Trotsky wrote that was a distillation of his critique of the bureaucracy. But maybe we'll find that out later in another live stream. So in July 1971, Fernando Flores, a high-level employee of the Chilean Production Development Corporation, Corfo, under the instruction of Pedro Vuskovic, contacted Beer for advice on incorporating Beer's cybernetic theories into the management of the newly nationalized sectors of Chile's economy. So again, my history of Chile is dry, is poor. I need to know more. So please, I'm looking forward to folks correcting me. I know that the easiest way to get feedback is to say something wrong on the internet. So I'm looking forward to it. But my understanding is, Salvadore Allende, he nationalized industries. What does that mean? That means that he took what was private industry, meaning owned by capitalists, a small set of people, and not the workers, and turned and took that property and made it a state enterprise, a state-run enterprise. And of course, there's a ton of discussion you can have about nationalization, but suffice it to say that, so he had a urgent need, or his government, Salvador Allende's government, had an urgent need to figure out how do you manage a giant economy, a country's economy, that you have just removed a layer of ownership, and in theory, you've removed a layer of direction to and replace it. Like, how do you replace that? What does it look like when you're doing something like this? It's not like you're starting from scratch. You're actually starting with an existing economy that you do not want to destroy. You don't, like, in this case, it is not the goal to destroy that economy. And some people who talk about socialism, they think it's like, oh, it's just destructive or whatever. It's actually an evolution of capitalism, right? So it's an evolution. It's the next step after capitalism. Like, we went from, in Europe, they went from Rome to medieval Europe to, a manorial system. And then that evolved into the Renaissance, into the Enlightenment. And then into, in England, in around from the 18th and 19th centuries, evolved into into capitalism, industrial capitalism. That progression, at least according to many socialist thinkers like Karl Marx, is that you evolve then to the next. You continue the progression. It's a progression that includes more and more innovation, more and more autonomy, more and more control from individuals. But you can't stop at capitalism. But you don't destroy capitalism. You take the best of it and you repurpose it. So instead of a few people owning and taking all the benefits of capitalism for themselves, you give the power and the rewards to the people who do the work. So how do you do that when you already have industries that already exist, are producing, are doing work in producing output and product? How do you do that when you've removed a layer of control forcibly, and you also don't want to repeat the same paradigm yourself? You don't want to centralize control. You want to make it so that the people on the front lines, the people who actually make the products, that create the services, how do you make it so that they own the produce, the things that they produce? They own and they control the things and the services that they provide. It's a tough one. Really tough. How do you do that? And how do you do it? It's going to take a lot of, this is where you need to put together people who think about these things a lot. So you need to have people who have thought about this in depth. And it's not something you can just hope just emerges, from nowhere, and that all magic happens and that everything works. It would take concerted effort to figure it out without having, while avoiding a disaster. Okay, so let's see, where was I? Okay, Beer saw this as a unique opportunity to implement his ideas on a national scale. More than just offering advice, Beer left most of his other consulting contracts and devoted much of his time to what became Project Cybersyn. He traveled to Chile often to collaborate with local implementers and used his personal contacts to secure help from British technical experts. So he was actually going back to Britain and asking, hey, I need help. So he had an ego, but he didn't have enough hubris that he just took it all on himself. The Chilean government found success in its initial nationalization efforts, achieving a 7.7% rise in gross domestic product and a 13.7% rise in production in its first year, but needed to maintain continued growth to find long-term success. Beer proposed what was initially called Project Cyberstride, a system that would take in information and metrics from production centers like factories, process it on a central mainframe, and output predictions of future trends based on historical data. An initial implementation date of March 1972 was given. According to technology historian Eden Medina, 26.7% of the nationalized industries which were responsible for 50% of the sector revenue had been incorporated to some degree into the Cybersyn system by May 1973. The implementation schedule was very aggressive, and the system had reached its prototype stage in 1972. The Cybersyn system was used effectively in October 72, when about 40,000 truck owners took strike action on a national scale. Because of the network of telex machines in factories across Chile, the government of Salvadore Allende was able to rely on real-time data and was able to respond to the changing strike situation. Now, I think there is some history behind that strike that's probably worth diving into. That strike. Let's take a quick look. Okay, this is just a generic article on the strike action. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, that's a document. So my understanding of that strike is that there was a lot of sponsorship. So there's a lot of intervention in Chile by the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States to overthrow that government when it nationalized its industries. And that strike was prodded and sponsored and pushed by the CIA. So it's not just like an ordinary worker strike. Because of the network of telex machines and factories across Chile. Okay, I already read that. Excuse me. Okay, so okay, here we go. So this is a little bit out of order. I'll just read this last paragraph here. The strike actions against the Allende government were funded by the United States as part of an economic warfare. The elected Allende government survived in part due to the Cybersyn system. That doesn't need a citation, so take that with a big grain of salt. Eventually, the Allende government was brought down by a CIA-supported coup d'etat in 1973. Other governments, such as those in Brazil and South Africa, expressed interest in building up their own Cybersyn system. That's also interesting. In the history of computing hardware, Project Cybersyn was a conceptual leap forward in that computation was no longer put exclusively to work by the military or scientific institution. It does say page needed here, but there's the publication cited. So I think this is a fascinating system. I hope you do too. It seems like a fascinating, I don't want to dive too much into the depth of it. You obviously, like, you know, this is I'll put the link in the description of the video. But this is to me, this is a very interesting system because of this. It was no longer in this era. There were no personal computers. Personal computers were gonna, you know, not gonna happen until pretty much like a little less than a decade later, and only really in the United States to start, and disseminating to the rest of the world over the 1980s. And of course, there were some, you know, there were localized projects like what's it called? This is the Zilog. There were computers in Britain. The Soviet Union also eventually started to try to make personal computers, and I'm sure there's other examples as well. But there wasn't a generalized distributed access to computing like there is today. There's nothing like it. And this was an attempt to use to start to empower a group of people who had never had the kind of had control over their you know, their working lives, which, you know, depending on the role is, you know, 8 to 12 to 16 hours depending on your on your labor laws per day, and some, you know, we had to fight for weekends in many countries. Like, you don't even have that. So a major portion of your waking life is not in your own control. This was an attempt to change that, you know, and turn the balance in a different direction. So to me, that's interesting. You know, this system would be, you know, it's interesting also to think about if this system, you know, if we were able to create a system like this today and use it for the purposes that Cybersyn was put to. Obviously, today we have a computerized control of assembly lines, of we have robots, we have what are they called? CNC machines. They have, you know, we have every, you know, computers are everywhere. In many cases, they have supplanted workers, and in fact, you know, one could argue, you know, maybe that's the purpose of computers, is to basically eliminate human labor, which could be great, except in a capitalist system where that labor is not that is not going to be enjoyed. That does not mean that there's more leisure time for the working class. That just means more profits for the capitalists and the investors. So in this, but, you know, if there was a different model, then those advances would, instead of the product and the profit being accumulated by a small group of people, it would be shared. And you do still need a system to help manage that. And even, you know, it maybe today you could make a system like this that would not necessarily even be centralized in, you know, highly centralized, like this system seems like it was destined to be. You could make a distributed decision-making system as well. Perhaps. We'll never know because this, of course, the military dictatorship came in and destroyed it. And you also, you need to have a government that is a democratically elected government that is socialist in its leanings for this paradigm to be repeated. But it's interesting that I personally never, I don't know if it was covered in your curriculum, but like if you took a history of computing, or if you or of big data, or a history of organization, if you did like a focus on organizational management, was this system ever mentioned? But it's very intriguing, and I was shocked to find it just by searching for socialism and computing. It was a simple search, and it came up on the first page of results. And I'm looking forward to investigating it more. Okay, so that was a lot of bloviation on that topic. So I did promise that I'm going to start to do some local hacking, get some projects that I've had, try to get some forward motion on them. And I will be doing that soon. I'm going to go take a quick break to get probably another coffee. And I will be back, and we will start to troubleshoot. I will introduce to you the project that I'm doing, and where I basically shot myself in the foot, metaphorically, and how think about some ways to get past it, and I'll share. I want to try to share the ugly truth of how these kind of how you overcome problems with technology, and may not get terribly far today. We will see. But I hope to unblock myself on this project. It's really horrible to block yourself, but I'm happy to share with curious people how I might overcome it. I hope to focus. I hope that I'm also going to be talking out loud about my decision making, like how I'm doing that. That means it's going to be slower than if I was just like doing it fast myself. But I hope it'll be more rewarding. So I will be right back after I make myself a nice coffee or a tea. So see you in a few minutes. And we're back. Just see that my microphone's on. Okay. Hope everybody can hear me okay. Um, I am, so just to reintroduce myself, if folks are joining late, um, I'm Jesse Edelman. I'm a systems engineer with DevOps SRE tendencies, and been doing infrastructure as a career for about, I think it's about 25 years now. And I've been doing it as a hobby since I was about 10. I have a lot of weird interests, or I have interests that they're not weird. I have interests that I don't often see overlap uh, in many people. Um, one of those interests combinations is I have a definite interest in alternative ways of framing economics. I'm interested in socialism. Um, I've been reading Marx. I've been reading Marx Capital One for my beach reading, my summer reading, and it's an eye opener. It's quite an eye opener. The Penguin edition is really really good. It's very dense, but I learned a lot about how capitalism actually works, what its function is, and what it means um, to basically never be paid for what your work is actually worth, but basically paid a subsistence wage um, in order that someone else can make a profit off of your labor without doing the labor themselves. Um, I never really quite got it as clearly as when I've read um, Capital Volume One, and it's quite an eye opener. I'm not sure I recommend it for every. Well, I recommend it. I recommend reading it, but read the footnotes and also understand that Marx has a good sense of humor. Okay, so enough about that, because I did promise that I'm gonna do some troubleshooting on some technical stuff. So I do first have to probably do a little bit of an introduction on a project that I'm working on. Absolutely nothing earth-shattering. It's a relatively mundane project for something that's just of only of local interest, right? So it's interesting to me because I want to do this for basically it's a project to enable commenting, adding comments onto a blogging system, a blogging system that I have. I have a very poorly populated blog that I want to expand, but I don't want to expand unless I can have comments on it. Now you might think, oh, well, just use WordPress or use any kind of, or just use Facebook or whatever, like just use Facebook as a blog, or use many other proprietary software as a service blogging systems. There are many out there, and I'm sure they're good. But for me, I'm a big fan of open source. I feel like I want to put my money where my mouth is, and do as many systems as I can for myself with open and free software, open source and free software. And I also love the flexibility of it. I love that I will still have control over the system. Now that is a double-edged sword. Having control over the system also means responsibility for the system. So since I'm not paying somebody else to do the grunt work, the stuff that happens behind the scenes or under the hood, I have to do it. For me, that's a benefit. That's a positive, because that's what the work I do for my career, at least in part, is automating systems, creating web systems, services, internet services. That's what I've been doing for a very long time. And so there is a little bit of a synergy there. I hate using those kind of terms like synergy, paradigm, blah, 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 but they actually do have meaning. They've just been made meaningless by people who abuse them. But I like to be able to take what I use for my hobbies and my home services, and take the skills I learned there, apply them to where I work and to clients that I work for, and vice versa. I like taking the skills that I learned in a professional setting or in a career setting and apply them to my hobbies. It's really fun. When it works well, it works great for me. So in this case, I'm using what's called a static site generator. I'm using a tool called Hugo. I used to use a tool called Jekyll, but I use Hugo today. Hugo is a static site generator, which means basically it's a compiler for HTML and JavaScript. And come at me if that's the bad definition. I don't mind. But it's useful for this discussion. But because of the nature, specifically because it's static, means that it won't have dynamic elements unless you do some work, like adding comments to a blog. Also means, there's a whole range of dynamic elements that would have to be augmented by external services, that a static site will just, by definition, not support out of the box. And that's actually a positive, because it means that static sites can stay extremely simple, and you can have the very basic level of web services serving your site. And it's easy to cache your site if it actually gets big, and you put it into CDNs, content delivery networks, etc. And updating is simple, and understanding the output as well as the configuration and templating is also relatively easy. Well, I say that, but it still does require, unless you have you have to put some more work into it. It does require a little bit more of a technical approach to writing the blog in the first place, than say a SaaS provider or like WordPress with appropriate plugins, to be able to not necessarily need to have a high technical literacy in order to just write blogs with links and videos, etc., and comments. So, okay, so I take that with a grain of salt. Now, okay, so that's basically my project, is adding comments to a blog. It's not as easy as you might think, if you want to have those comments not hosted by a third party. So I would like to avoid, if I possibly can, having my comments hosted by a third party. It's a nature of it's a measure of extra control that I might have. If I don't like the way the comments work, I can choose another provider, or choose another service that I host, to provide those comments. I can also choose to change pretty much anything about the way the comments are formatted, moderation, administration. All of that is up to me. But I have to do the work behind the scenes to make that happen. Okay, so that all said, so what I'm going to walk through a little bit is I have written some Ansible to configure a Debian-derived Linux distribution that creates the environment for hosting a blogging commenting software that I'm using. So let's dive into that a little bit. So I'm going to, let's see, I just want to make sure I get the URL correct. And it's a public repository, so anybody can dive into this. And so this is it. See, make sure. Okay, so there it is. Okay. So, okay, so this repository holds Ansible code that I use to that we'll use to manage the configuration of this software on a Raspberry Pi, but it could actually work on anything that has a Debian-derived operating system. But it is a work in progress. So, you can see here, we've got I've got a to-do list. And I should probably make this to-do.md so it actually resolves that way. I've got to configure a reverse proxy. I've got to do cert, I want to do certbot for Let's Encrypt. It's an open question. Do I need to secure the content into Commentario? I don't think I do, because this will be behind my network's firewall. That the only way to connect to the internet outbound is through or inbound is if I've shared a port, and I have a OpenSense router that's pretty lightly configured, so I can reason. I could reasonably reason about the configuration of my network. It's not too complex. I keep it simple, stupid is a mantra of mine for sure. So other questions, I need to back up the database. If I have a PostgreSQL database, I need to back it up. If I have any other kind of database, I also need to back that up, because that's where all the comments are going to be. So if it's SQLite, I also need to back that up. And I need to test some things. So this is the issue, like, validate that the commentary, I should put that in there. I need to correct that. Container stays up between virtual machine suspension. So that's if I host it on a virtual machine. I probably will not, because that would mean it's not on a Raspberry Pi. But it might be useful. It's certainly useful to test, all likely scenarios that you might find with any system, including, does it make sure that it does a clean shutdown, or does it just, cut off database connections and other connections abruptly, or does it actually negotiate a clean shutdown of those connections? It may seem like it doesn't matter, but you may find that it actually does when you find you have corrupted your data through unclean shutdowns. And that can be file system data, but it can also be database data, especially if you're not doing atomic transactions. Okay, so what does this actually have? So in Ansible, we've got a set of, we've got a playbook, and let me see if I can zoom this up. So we've got an example play. We've got a host will be all, because I'm only directing this at one host. The remote user will be root, so I need the root. I'll need to have already sudoed into root using Ansible, or allowing the user that I connect with to sudo into root, and that'll come back a little bit later, because it's one of the things I need to fix. And then within that, sorry, let me go back there. I missed that step. It goes into these roles. So we've got roles. It needs Nginx. It may need Nginx to act as a proxy. We may actually eliminate that at some point. And then we have a common role. So this is just sort of the common role will be a role that just is a catch-all for everything. It will be useful later to break these up into individual roles, just for ease of updating and not having and for being able to troubleshoot any individual roles later. It's useful to have good separation of concerns within your Ansible roles, to make it easier for understanding and for updating later. Since I'm likely at this point the only consumer, or the only active user of this code, it's very important that I don't confuse myself in the future. Very important. Okay, so under the roles, We have the Nginx roles. So doing something interesting here, or at least I think it's interesting, is I like to use roles that are, as much as I can. I do not want to reinvent the wheel. I don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are excellent roles out there for almost every kind of system that is deployed beyond several hundred machines in public, or sorry, I should say several hundred instances, maybe 1,000. Maybe let's take it up to 1,000. So you do not need to worry about trying to create a new role for something like Nginx, for example, something like Apache, something like Postgres, something like MySQL. You do not need to reinvent the wheel. You can just make what's called a Git submodule inside the directory that you hold your roles, and then Ansible can reference them. So I'll reference this book right here. Let's see if you can. Not sure if you can see that, but this book right here, Pro Git, which is a canonical book on Git, does a great job explaining what Git submodules are and also what they aren't. People have been confused by Git submodules. I will say that the interface in Git is better now than it was when submodules first were added to the porcelain of Git, which is the user interface of Git, not the underlying file system. But it's less confusing, but it's nice to be able to understand what's going on under the hood in Git when you talk about submodules, especially when you need to troubleshoot them. But basically, Git submodules are pointers to specific commits in other repositories. So in this case, let me go back to, I'm not sure if I actually was sharing did I not share this screen? I guess I didn't. Oops. Livestream 101. Let me just check and see, was anybody actually messaging me about that? Okay. So, all right. So I'm not sure how much was missed. Let me check real quick, so I can actually go back and see. Yes. So I didn't actually move to the browser screen. Okay, so what does that mean? That means I need to start from the beginning. Okay, so I'm going to start this from the beginning. All right. So let's go back to transition to this. Okay, so let's pretend that we didn't have this live stream before. Hi, I'm Jesse Edelman. I'm a systems engineer. I do a lot of infrastructure and computing infrastructure automation. We just were talking about Project CyberSyn, which was a project at the Chilean government had under President Allende that was a centralized method for managing industrial systems that were recently nationalized by the government. And it's a very interesting system. But I did promise that I would also talk about some of the troubleshooting that I've been doing, or I would demonstrate how I might troubleshoot issues that I come across in my own projects, my own personal projects. And because I have a lot of experience, I have about 25 years experience as a career, systems administrator, then systems engineer, then productivity engineer, then DevOps engineer, then SRE, blah, blah, blah. I've read that many people who are just coming into the field, or people who are, intermediate in the field, they would love to see what it looks like when so-called seniors actually start to troubleshoot problems. And I think, so I thought, hey, I'm going to show what turning over the rock looks like, and share how I'm thinking about solving problems. Um, so, because that's useful, because many times what seniors do is they just demonstrate a smooth, easy way, easy path, that seems to just flow without interruption from bare metal or nothing to a fully realized product. And hey, yes, I've done demonstrations that are kind of like that. It's especially easy with cloud systems to do that, and systems like Kubernetes that already have like very golden paths for creating deployments for production systems. Those are and those are very useful, and I like watching them myself. But it can be useful to also just see like, okay, where am I scratching my head wondering what my next step is? What am I gonna, how am I gonna frame this problem, and how am I gonna go about starting to figure out possible paths that could be many different paths? How am I gonna figure out those many paths, and how am I gonna decide on just one of them? That takes thinking, and it doesn't go away just because you've been doing things in a field like computing for a long time, because computing is only like around 70 years old as a field. That's comparatively young to a lot of other fields like say chemistry, applied chemistry, or civil engineering, or building architecture, which have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years. This field is spanking new and is still evolving, and it will be evolving for a long time, and it's always changing. So to be an expert in anything is to just basically have a surface level, honestly, is like to have a surface level understanding of a field that is constantly changing. And I like that myself. I think it makes it it satisfies my curiosity. It satisfies my desire to continue to have a continuous learning pattern. But it also means there's no such thing as really, even though people say it, there's no such thing as really traditional systems, or this is a traditional way to do it. Tradition is something like, oh, that's how the Romans did it, and we still do it today. Like, oh, we have stadiums. Like, that's a tradition, right? Like, or we have dances, or we have literary tropes that go back to Aristotle. That's a tradition. Like, or even something like, we have Christmas services, or we have Hanukkah services, or we have Ramadan. Like, those are traditions. There hasn't been enough time for computing to have traditions. Okay, that's a little bit of a rant, but on to my current problem. So my current problem is I have a blog, and let me just move over to that page. Go to this. All right, let's do the transition. Okay, so this is my blog. There we go. This is my blog over here. And it's nothing, there's not much to it right now. I have some pages. This is out of date. I need to update this, but I have my home lab cluster set up. I'm actually starting on doing the cluster. It's not quite done yet. I have other systems. I have a blog here. And so this is where I want to rant, if I want to rant, and find, it's another way that I want to find my people. This is part of the reason I'm doing this live stream. I hope that sneeze didn't go out. I don't think it did. One of the reasons I want to do this live stream is to find my people, to find people who have, that I can, that have curiosity, that have this weird combination of interests that I have, like in computing and socialism, and in being social about it, and doing potentially collaborations, And, you know, I also have done video workshops on workers or not, I don't know if they're workshops, they're just like presentations for to increase mutual understanding, like about workers cooperatives. Like I do that kind of thing. It's great. I also do some demonstrations. So I have all these paths that you know, some of the paths are for more career oriented than others, but I have an interest to find my people because there's just not that many people that, at least in my experience, that I've found that have these kind of shared interests and are nice people. And you know, so the blog is one way. Now, one thing you might notice is that down here, I don't have any comments. There's nothing underneath this. I don't like that. So why is that? The reason is because what's backing this, my blog is a system called Hugo. And I'm going to need to be specific because we don't want the designer. There we go. So it's this. So Hugo is a static site generator. What is a static site generator? A static site generator is basically a kind of a templating engine or a compiler that takes basically YAML, which is yet another markup language. It takes YAML and as an input and outputs HTML and maybe a bit of JavaScript and some CSS cascading style sheets as output. And that's it. That's all it does. And there's no, and that's why it's so fast, is because basically it's just native HTML. And it and any web server can serve that. There's no extras that are needed. There's no database backend. There's no, and you have to focus on the word static. That means those pages, while they may seem interactive and that you can click around links, you can maybe even play a video if it's embedded. You don't have the ability to have a page that contains dynamic elements. So that could be elements that include data from other sites or are server-side generated elements, or in my case, blog comments. So blog comments, by their very nature, are dynamic. That actually changes something changes on the page that hosts the blog. So how am I going to do that? So how am I going to take a statically generated site and add a dynamic element like comments? Well, there are some, many people have probably seen Disqus at the bottom of blog and other sites. That is a very commonly used platform, and Hugo supports out of the box integration with Disqus. Disqus is a SaaS platform, a software as a service platform for hosting comments. It's a for-profit companies behind it, and they host the data, and that data includes the comments themselves, the user, the user authentication information, it also serves the comments to the page. So it's like a separate, there's dependency now on an external service when you're looking at a single blog page, which is kind of negates some of the benefits of having of control, of being able to control your systems. It negates some of that control that you might have, and sort of outsources some of that control to a third party. So my interest is can I do that on my own systems? Can I do that myself? There have been several projects to do that, and the one that I have been working on is Commentario. So I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I think it's it's Italian, so forgive me for mispronouncing. Forgive me, Italy, for mispronouncing it. But Commentario is one that an open source commenting system that can be used with Hugo. I think it can also be used with Jekyll, which is what I used before I used Hugo, and other blogging software. But you have to set it up yourself. And let me, let's see, it's been a while. Let me find the original project. So no, this is Commento. That's not what I want. Yeah. Commento is, so Commentario is a fork of Commento, if I remember correctly. Commentario is a fork of Commento. And basically, it's an open source web comment engine which adds discussion functionality to plain boring web pages. So that's a lot of features, including being able, so since we're competing in a sense, we're competing with the site with software as a service like Disqus. We want to offer as much as we can the kind of services that Disqus provides. That includes doing OAuth, with sites like, so if they have a Facebook login or they have a Twitter login, they can log in with that by itself and offer comments, or they can do email. If they want to use username and password, excuse me, not email, they can do username and password. That's a local username and password. They could do that too. And there's also, moderation rules. It has some statistics. And, so it should, whatever I choose, I wanted to offer the same kind of services. I don't want to have a degradation in service just because I'm doing open source. I still may have some, but I want to limit that. I want it to be as limited as possible, because I'm not interested necessarily in giving my users less of a service just because of principles around open source and open platforms. But I really want to try. I really want to try because in my experience, using open platforms and open source and free software, the rewards are really great. And that paradigm also gives many benefits that are just not possible in proprietary systems and proprietary communities, if you can call those communities, in proprietary relationships. So I like to try as hard as I can. I will just say, like, early on in my career, I had I had an opportunity to compare and contrast between getting support for a proprietary system with $1 million support contracts and then getting an open source system that did basically an equivalent service. And I had a lot of grief with the proprietary support, and I had incredibly energetic and fast support from the open source community. With a little asterisk, you have to make sure you do good bug reports. You must do good bug reports. If you don't do good bug reports, don't expect to have a good service from open source volunteers and projects. And it's kind of like the garbage in, garbage out model. If you just throw your garbage at open source volunteers, don't expect to get anything but garbage and back. Okay, so that rant's over. But okay, so commentary is this is what I'm implementing. And how am I implementing this? So what I'm going to do is I have a bunch of Raspberry Pis, lying around. These aren't the only ones. I have some in service. And varying degrees of varying models. I have varying models. I have some older ones, and I know there was a dip in the market. There was a dip in the market that made it so it was impossible to get Raspberry Pis. The supply chain problems during pretty much during COVID, I think, made it impossible to get Raspberry Pis, and they were being sold on the aftermarket or the secondary market for like, hundreds of dollars, which makes no sense for Raspberry Pis. Like they're supposed to be, their design principles were to be inexpensive, basically so that kids could use them, or hobbyists, or people who are not financially are not independently wealthy can have access to computing, and on not computing like their phone, which is just I can't open this and just start hacking with it. Having a platform where everything is open, everything's exposed, and there's a community support around it that is active and energetic, and playful, honestly, playful. So I have a bunch of these around, so why not use them? One of the nice things about having inexpensive computing available is that if you do something to damage that computing, that compute device, you could easily replace it, or you could have a stock of replacements ready to go if you accidentally dump a cup of soup on your Raspberry Pi server. You can, in theory, like if you've configured your environment properly, you will be able to replace it rather quickly and painlessly with another Raspberry Pi. Because if you get a model of Raspberry Pi, the hardware is, from one Raspberry Pi to another compared, they're the same. So you can just drop it in. And if you have your configuration automated, then you can easily put into service a new Raspberry Pi. So this goes into some DevOps principles, like of, making sure that you're not treating each individual compute as a unique instance that all for itself. They use the in the DevOps, early DevOps books, like the Phoenix Project, stuff like that. It's the idea of cattle versus pets. Might be a problematic metaphor, I don't know, but basically, we would never do, we the things we do to cattle, we would never do to our pets, because we basically anonymize cattle. And we make it so that each cow is treated the same. Now that I think about it, it's a pretty rough metaphor, but whatever. My meaning gets across. So I like to do that. I do that professionally, and I like to do that at home as well. How am I doing that? So I have a public repository. This is my account. Called Pi Commentario, and this has basically it's still a work in progress, but it has it uses Ansible to configure the system. I'm pretty much done with creating the Raspberry Pi with Commentario deployed, and I'll walk through that a little bit. So here's the playbook. With I still have example play, so I need to fix that. There's the Ansible allows you can template. You can use you create a new playbook and also new roles with generated templates. And I have only two roles here. So I have Nginx and Common. Ansible, so just for those who don't know, Ansible is a configuration management system that you can use to configure instances, usually of Linux, but also Windows, but like it works much better in Linux and BSD systems, Unix derived systems. But it's a way to programmatically, or reasonably sort of programmatically, create a repeatable configuration for your systems, and also do it in a sort of a stepwise managed fashion. So this playbook executes these roles, and the roles are Nginx, external Nginx, and I'll explain that in a little bit, and the common role. And In roles, what do we have? In roles, we have common. Okay, we know that one. We have exterior Nginx. We also have this one, which I actually have to delete. Well, I might, this might be part of the work in progress, but external Nginx you saw in that playbook. So what is this? This looks weird. Like, why is this like this with the @ and the hash and the commit hash? This is how GitHub represents a Git submodule. So I'm using an external module for configuring Nginx, and I recommend this for for most cases where you need to configure a very well-known system, a commonly used system. Nginx has been around for over a decade, and it's an open source project. So many, and it's widely implemented in many different sites. Many of the sites that you use every day are likely using Nginx at somewhere in their stack. And why reinvent the wheel? I'm not going to rewrite a role for Nginx when I know that the Ansible community has likely made several different roles and has shared them with the community. This one happens to be, Jeff Geerling is a luminary within the Ansible community as well as the computing community. And this is his, he also accepts contributions from others, but this is primarily his project. And I'm just going to use, I'm going to stand on the shoulders of giants. And so I'm going to use Nginx roles that Jeff Geerling wrote that are open source. So a Git submodule is basically, it's best explained in this book here, which is ProGit, which is actually free to download. And I can actually probably put that in the description for the video below. But this book explains what Git submodules are. They have evolved over time in Git. They do confuse some people, and for good reason, because it seems to do things that are similar to other metaphors, like in file systems, like symbolic links or shortcuts in Windows, that kind of thing. But it's not really that. So what it is Git submodules are basically a pointer that points to, oh, I realized I'm not actually showing the book I'm pointing to. So let me go back here to live. Okay, there we go. So this is the book I'm pointing to. So that's ProGit by forgive me, Scott, if I'm mispronouncing your name, Scott Chacon. And it's a canonical reference for Git. Really, and that's also a very good read for those who are interested in computing, which I hope my audience is not interested in computing, in version control and managing change. It's a very good read and very well presented. Okay, so back to this. So this points to a particular. So what is this? So this is a pointer. This is a pointer to make it a little bit bigger. Can I do that? There we go. It's a little too big. Okay. This is a pointer to a particular. So this is a pointer to a particular commit in a separate in an external Git repository. So it points to one specific commit in a repository, which has implications about what you can do, what you can use within, what you can point to, and what you can't point to in Git in the user interface of Git. Like, for example, you can't really point to a tag, which is not it is an object that's not a commit in Git. You can kind of look like you're doing that, but it doesn't hold up because you can change what it tags. Sorry, let me start that again. You can change the commit that a tag points to later. Like it's mutable. You can change that. So you can't rely on tags, and you can't point to a tag in a submodule. So I'm pointing to a specific commit, which is actually more secure because you can change where a tag points, but you can't change where a commit hash, what a commit hash represents. That means that, so if somebody hacks that particular repository, they may delete the repository, which means that your submodule link is just not going to work at all. But they can't actually change where you are pointing to in that repository successfully. That's actually a very good security thing, a point of security to remember about Git in general, is that whenever you point to a commit hash rather than a tag, you're actually doing better security for your software. Okay, so let's click on this. So this goes to Jeff Geerling Ansible role, and you can see here that it's going to this specific commit. And this was about 7 months ago, so that's when I'll probably need to update this. And updating submodules is something more, probably something I would go into in a later live stream. But that's what that points to. And the same with this one too. It points to a specific commit, so it makes sense. Okay. All right. So locally, I have this common. Okay. So common. This is an Ansible role. Has a bunch of requirements. This is the generic description for the role. But we can dive into the tasks. So in the tasks, we've got a bunch of stuff. We've got, run uname here. I actually use Podman Compose, so I'm actually using Commentario. They have a Docker, or they have a container-based deployment, and I want to use Podman because so Docker Incorporated is it's reformed quite a bit, but Docker Incorporated has its own proprietary offerings and sometimes makes decisions based on that. Podman is sponsored by Red Hat, but it also is sponsored by other companies. So I have a better feeling about Podman being a good open source citizen, but that's just my opinion. So creates a user, creates a Podman. I actually it uses Docker Compose, so I'm actually using Podman Compose, and does things like rebooting. It checks to do a file listing. It creates a backup directory, creates a cron job for backups. Okay, I actually am using PostgreSQL. So that's it for the tasks, and I'm not going to dive in anymore into Ansible here, because I'm going to dive into the actual problem that I'm having. Let's check on the time here. All right, I may not have time to actually go into the the actual problem. I might have to do another live stream tomorrow. But my problem is that I have, so let me go into the images here. So how did I mess myself up? Let me see, just want to make sure I'm in the right. All right, so okay, so clear here. Let me set the terminal one on. Okay, so where am I? I'm in my home directory on my system, and I have make new pi3b as my directory. So I have a pi3b that I want to use for this scenario. Now the problem is, this is a bit embarrassing. I actually forgot the password. Forgot the password that I created for the Raspberry Pi. So I need to reset that password and record it in my KeyPass so I don't forget it. And that I have an easy way to access and back up my, I have a backup for my password database, etc. So I basically need to redeploy my system again to the SD card, and I'm going to use something like this. So this is like a micro SD to SD card converter, and I'm going to plug this in and mount that, or I actually make it available on my OS, and then overwrite the SD card, excuse me, the micro SD card with LSD, or with the image that has unbroken password, or has a not unbroken, sorry, has a password that I can record, and then I can then I'm unblocked from testing and deploying. So yes, I did shoot myself in the foot. I think though that I've been live streaming now for about a little over 2 hours, or about 2 hours. So I think, what should I do here? Should I have thinking like, should I continue with this? Well, let me see. Do I have? I do. I have a SD card here. It may not be big enough. So it may not be big enough, but the reason I'm hesitating is that my Raspberry Pi that's in service is in my quote unquote home lab that's in the basement of my house. And do I want to go grab that and do that? Maybe I do. So yeah, the wonders of live streaming. All right, so let me think about the best approach there. So I think what I'll do, let me just take a break real quick, and let's and I'll come back and see if we can create. See what I want to do. Do I want to do this on this live stream, or do I want to do another live stream just starting about this? Definitely apologize if anybody was here to see if they were eager to get into the troubleshooting. But I did give a little bit of an overview of my project, and maybe some folks found that interesting, and that I will be diving more into that too, but also into the thoughts around why use I could dive in, if folks want, can dive into like why use Ansible, why what advantage does it give, and also like what if you're also here, if you comment about it, like your ideas for if you have a blogging platform that you've deployed, what are your thoughts about using Commentario, if you've tried it. Would love to hear feedback from folks who've been using it, good, bad, and ugly. So but I will be right back, and we'll make this decision in a few minutes. Thanks a lot. Alrighty, so we're back. Thank you guys for watching this, and it's I'm doing a experiment for myself for doing live streaming and live streaming my personal projects, and I want to show how you make progress, warts and all. So I'm going into deep detail about how, including the things that I'm doing where I'm head scratching. So, but I'm hoping that people will get something from it, and also I may find my people that have my shared interests by doing live streaming and putting myself out there. So, okay, so what is the problem right now? So so as I described, I've got a project that I want to move forward on. It's a Raspberry Pi project. I've got, I want to do, it needs to be a managed, I need to do configuration management on it, so I'm able to reliably create the environments that I use to host my services on those Raspberry Pis. So it's been a while. It's been a while since I sort of dropped this project, but I'm hoping that to kick it back into gear. I hope, I'm sure some of you are familiar with putting projects on the back burner. Now I want to put it on the front burner. However, not being a perfect human being, I have forgotten exactly what password I have for those images. So I want to discover them. It's possible that I have an image I can restore that actually, it being a Debian-inspired OS, Raspbian, Raspbian OS, that it may have the default password that's the default root password that's in as it's distributed. We're going to find that out. So what do I need to do? So here I have an image that I had used as the basis for configuring the OS image on the Raspberry Pis that I have. So what I need to do is figure out a way to use this image and either determine what's in it and look and actually change the password on the file system that I mount, or actually boot into this as an OS, update the password, shut down a virtual machine of this image, and then make sure I capture that password in my KeePass password database, which I should have done in the first place. But guess what? Even with someone with a lot of experience like I have, I didn't do it. Why? Because I thought I would never forget it, but I did. So, and I actually thought I put it on a Post-it. It's at home, so don't worry. There's not a lot of people coming around to look at my desktop and my Post-its. Yeah, so I'm a victim of bad habits that hypocritically I tell other people to never do. Or try to avoid. But yeah, so now that my confession is done, I need to figure out how to mount this image and perhaps boot it into something like VirtualBox or KVM on my Linux machine. So some of those things, like, I don't the way that computing changes today, I don't commit all that kind of stuff to memory as I used to, because everything changes so much, and we have this amazing resource called the internet, the web, that often has all this information stored and collated and organized with a search engine in front of it that I could use. So I don't necessarily need to waste brain cells storing rote procedures to do things. I can find them online. I also happen to be using, I'm using Linux on my home systems. Linux is a really nice toolbox associated with it. So figuring out how to do these kind of things is relatively easy. And Linux is the native environment for a lot of for a lot of systems that are automated for working with OS images, containers, virtualization in general, containerization in general, etc. So I have the tools I need. I just need to figure out how to weave those tools together. Okay, so I just want to make sure. Let me check and see that. Okay, so you're seeing my terminal, and let's take a look at this file. So what is this file? Okay, so this file, I use the file command. This file is a gzip compressed data. So it looks into, it looks, file is really nice. It just is a, it uses patterns on any input that you send to it to try to recognize common patterns. They're in kind of a, it's called a magic file. It's basically a database of common patterns for data streams, which usually are files. So that's, hence it's called files. So file dives into the file and it says, oh, look, it's compressed. It's from Unix. It has the original size uncompressed is this. And some other stuff, but it also has, oh, look, it's a FAT file system. That's a file system that's associated with DOS or disk operating system from the way early days. Okay, so that's a good thing. So what I think I would like to try is there's several ways to try to look inside the image. For me, I think the first approach, you could try to make a virtual machine and then literally try to, after you uncompress this image somehow, like you want to actually boot this image as the operating system. I'd actually like to try a different approach. I'd actually like to do what's called a chroot, which is change root into this image. That has some extra benefits in that I'm not actually booting the operating system, so it's not going to bring up a ton of services that might be associated with booting the system. And I will have an easier time making changes that are the changes I want to make, I will make to this this image. And then once I've made those changes, my hope is that those changes will then just be committed to this file, which will then be the basis. Like this will be the template for creating creating a generic template for Raspberry Pi images that I use for everything when I use Raspberry Pis, at least the Model 3B in my home network. So a lot of assumptions also, just to be clear, this is for my home network, which is protected by a OpenSense router on the front end of my to my ISP connection, so I'm not. There's things I'm going to be doing that I would never do in a production system that I would never even do on corporate, necessarily on corporate networks, even as a client operating system. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, so how am I going to do this? How am I going to chroot into this image? So the first thing I need to do is figure out, like, okay, so how do you chroot into a image? And I know theoretically how to do that. However, I don't know offhand all the commands I need to do that. I have some vague idea. I know I'm probably going to need to use what's called bind mounts, which are basically like, well, let's look together on what is a bind mount. So let's go to man mount and let's search for bind. Okay, so bind is actually in the, they mention it in the synopsis. So it's obviously a pretty common thing to use. So bind mount operation. So what does it mean? Remount part of the file hierarchy somewhere else. That's all it means. So that means you take a file that might be in one area. Let me see if you can actually see my finger. Okay, yeah. Picture a tree. So a file system is a tree with branches and leaves. So you would take a one part of that tree, maybe a branch over here, and put it onto another branch. I know I should probably have a diagram system or something up here, or what I see a lot of fancy vloggers have is, like they'll have a electronic whiteboard that they can use to do that. Maybe next time, but for now, pretend that you see me drawing branches and leaves of a treed file system. So this allows you to take one branch of that and make it show up in a different branch elsewhere in the tree. So this is basically the nomenclature. You take, you can branch a single file, and there's all kinds of caveats to doing this. You have to be, mindful of some of these caveats, but most of the time it just works. So you take, this should probably be a better example here. This would be like, foo, and then you mount it on boo. Or you'd say, directory A, and then put it on directory B. You can also do it in an FS tab, or, well, this is a good example. So mount bind old directory to new directory. It's a powerful command. It's very simple. It's actually what's used in containerization. When you create containers, it's there at several steps, and it's actually, I believe, under the hood. It's what tools like Docker and Podman use to basically create the environment that we call containers. Yeah, so this is what I would like to do, because this is one of several steps that are necessary to do a cheroot. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, let's look. So it's again, I'm showing the seedy underbelly of how things actually happen. So let's do image root bind let's see what comes up. Okay, not seeing anything that's directly answering. Let's see. Yeah, this. Don't want to watch any YouTube videos while I'm doing a live stream, but let's see. Okay, I suppose what I can do is I'll just mount the image. Yeah, that's probably a better bet. Let's just narrow our search to how do I mount file system image that. Let's make an addition here. I'd rather not uncompress it if I can help it. Let's just get rid of fat. Let's do this. Am I misspelling stuff? Yes, of course I am. All right, let's see. All right, hey, guess what? We've got Ask Ubuntu. Let me try this one, because this is actually closer to what I did. I actually created this image with I believe I created this image with DD. So let's see. I don't want to sign in. All right. So let's see if the question is going to be kind of appropriate to what I'm doing. Okay, so here, okay, they gzip the image. Okay, so this is interesting. If they don't actually have this is the context here is that they don't actually have the file system space to completely uncompress that file system. So how can you how can you do this? Actually, we could do it maybe as a loopback, but let's see. Let's see what the answer is. That's a good point. Is it a full disk image or just a partition? I think it's actually a full disk image. I do not want to do anything about. Didn't do any of that stuff. Don't think I need to do that. Let's see. Okay, let's do the naive. Let's do the naive setup first. I think I am gonna have to. I'm gonna make a loopback mount. Well, first let me see. Do I have any mount points? Yes, I have loop. So let's I'll use USB key 1. It's not elegant, but I'll it's not really a USB key, but I'll just use it because it's there. So let's mount. And yes, I'm gonna have to do sudo to do this, but I want to see what just make sure that my syntax is fine by just running it like this. Okay, let's try sudo. Okay, yeah, it doesn't. So how am I gonna do this? Let's do a man mount. Let's see. No. So actually, sorry, I realized I wasn't actually showing the browser while I was looking. Okay, so this is is it possible to mount a gzip suppressed DD image on the fly? So I already worked through. Yeah, normally one would compress the DD image, which would allow you to just mount the image using a loop, which is what I just showed you. It doesn't work. But so the person who described this like basically did similar to what I did, but they don't have enough file system space to just fully uncompress the image, and I might not either. I haven't. Well, I should, but I'd like to see, is there a way to take the gzip image and somehow mount that directly? So let's see. So the first answer, I did go through this a little bit. It seems to go off from in a different direction, where you're using if the image is a full disk image or just a partition. So I think based on this, make sure I don't forget to. So based on this, I think this is actually a it's not a partition, it's actually an image of a whole disk. So I don't want to just mount a specific partition. I'd like to find a way to make the entire disk image available to the OS, and for the OS to treat it like it's just a disk. So there may be some other paths, but let's dive a little farther into the answer here. So streaming compression. So this is assuming that you've made a squash FS image out of the full image, and we didn't do that. I don't remember doing that. I don't think I did that. So I don't want to have to uncompress the image just to compress it again, if I can help it. Now let me see. This mentions K part X. There's a lot of comments. Now, archive mount. So archive mount is a fuse-based file system for Unix variants, including Linux. Purpose is to mount archives, tar, tar.gz, etc., to a mount point where it can be read from and then written to as any other file system. This makes accessing the contents of the archive, which may be compressed, transparent to other programs without decompressing them. This is interesting. Archive mount does not allow to mount an image created by command dd blah blah blah, which is similar to what I did with and then piping to gzip. But is that still true? This is from 2016. I actually don't want an image that's read only, because my goal here is to reset the password. I actually am going to be changing the image. So let's see. Is there anything more? Are there unaccepted answers? Guest fish. Well, it may be possible. Maybe that I just have to uncompress the image, which is fine. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's see, do I have enough space on here? Let me transition back to the terminal. So I'm gonna just zoom in a little bit. So let me check if I have enough space. So I've got 50 gigs available, and I think I should have enough. Let's see. Yeah, I think I should have enough. So I hate to do this. Let's I think it's V if I wanna. Actually, well, let's do this. Let's see. Let's see. I want progress. I want a progress bar. Okay. Yep. All right. Let's wait while that that completes. While that's going on, I can actually let's do a do some IO top. Oop. There we go. So those are the active ones. So it's kind of interesting. Is it actually done? Yeah, it's actually done. Okay. So it's a little too late. Okay. Go back there. Oh. Okay. So let's see how big that is. 15 gigs. Okay. All right. So now that I have this image, I should be able to, and let's do one other thing. I should have done this earlier. Let's, what I should have done is, I want to make a backup of this. So how do I want to make a gzip of this and then back up the gzip. So I could do this. So how do I make sure that I don't delete? Okay, I guess I have to do zcat. Oh no. I think this should work. That's what I want to do. Okay, now I can go over and actually take a look at that. Let's go for active. So there it is. So we see the graph. IOTop's pretty nice. If you haven't used it before, it's just a way to see. It's like the top program, but for IO. Lots of different ways. There's lots of different programs in this space, but this one's kind of nice and very targeted. So we see the gzip, and we see the nice little graph showing we're writing a lot of stuff, and 346 megabits. I think it's, I'm not sure if that's megabytes or megabits, but written, and about 30 bytes per second when it, well, it varies. All right, that's exciting stuff, huh, guys and gals? Okay, let's oh, okay, we're done. So there it is. So yeah, you can see why I want to use the compressed version as a backup. So I'm going to do this. I just like to use the convention of previous, so I know like this is the last known good. All right, and just for the heck of it, we can actually see, for the sake of demonstration, we can see that these files are indeed the same. Oh, look what I did. I made a mistake there. This reads the whole file. It's actually going to take a while with the image file included. But actually, yeah, let's do this. So this is the compressed file. You can see that these are the same. I just put the wrong suffix on the file, so I want to correct that. Okay, and I'm by the way, I'm seeing this by tabbing. Tab completion is really, really sweet. So z.brief. Okay. looks good. I know those are the same files. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to actually mount, so sudo mount, we already did this before, a loop back of this image on mount USB key 1. It's not really a USB key, but I'm just going to use that directory since it's already there. That's right. That's not going to work. I need to still expose that file system as a block device. So let's go back to the browser. Let's go check out. Okay, I think I could find a simpler way. I'm going to see expose a block device. Actually, I want to do expose a file as a block device. And let's put it in Linux. Low setup. Okay. That's great. Okay. Stack Exchange for the win. So let's go back and let's see. So still, again, I'm probably gonna have to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this as a low setup. Okay, so I already have the loop kernel module loaded. And I can verify that. Oh, well, I mean, I think it's embedded. So sudo low setup dev loop. Let's do loop 0. And let's take this file. Okay. Now I can do mouse block. There we go. So we see loop up here. Got a loop device. There's no mount points in that device yet, but that's fine. So now I should be able to do, let's do an S with this minus L dev loop 0. It helps if I don't have typos. Okay, definitely have to do a sudo on that. There we go. Look, we've got a FAT32 file system. And that's why also the file command was a bit misleading, because it only showed the first partition in that loop. So it actually had a FAT partition, which is probably the boot partition. In fact, I know it's the boot partition. And then a Linux partition, which is probably ext3, I think, but we'll soon see. All right, so if I want to chroot into this file system, I don't exactly know what's on the boot partition versus what's on the regular partitions. So what I'm going to do is I need to basically recreate typical file systems that are required for Linux to function. And I think the best place for me to do that is actually the Gentoo handbook. So I'm going to go to the Gentoo handbook. Let me just switch over to the browser here. And the reason the Gentoo handbook is very useful for this is because in order to create a Gentoo system, which I've done many times. I've been a happy Gentoo user on my desktop since 2006, and I've also done production systems with Gentoo. It requires that you do a what's called a chroot environment as part of some of the steps to create your system. Well, I should say it's not always required to do a chroot. Because you could actually download pre-made images, I think. But although it's been a long time since I've actually looked at the handbook. But at least in some scenarios, you do have to chroot into the environment. So let's see. So it's probably under. Let's see if it's in here. Nope. Okay, I think this is it. This is probably the section. I just want to make sure that there's not change my glasses to better see the screen. Just want to make sure that we haven't already. There's any steps that were in the previous step. I don't think so. Now I may need to create some of the directories, but we'll see. So chrooting, okay, so chrooting is still a core part of deploying, creating a new Gentoo system using the handbook. And I recommend to everybody, if you have an interest in Linux, or you're a current Linux user, and you want to have a deeper understanding of how how the Linux operating system actually works at its lowest levels, either using Linux from scratch or Gentoo and deploying it and using it, are just two great ways to better understand how Linux works. And of course, Linux is the basis for so many directions in computing today. It's what serves most of the web. It's there's satellites with Linux on it. Linux is everywhere, and Linux, even for things that you may not actually think you have to understand Linux to best use systems, some systems, but even systems like for containerizing, for container deployments or deploying containers, understanding the Linux kernel is very useful to understanding, having a fuller understanding of what containerization actually means, and also useful for understanding systems that are orchestrating containers like Kubernetes, or even like what's it called, Apache Mesos. Mesos, I think, and other container-based or container-based orchestration systems. But Kubernetes for sure, it's very useful to know Linux subsystems when working with containers and working with container orchestrators. In fact, I feel like to really understand what's going on with and troubleshooting Kubernetes, it's very, very useful to have knowledge of Linux. Some may say that you don't really have to. It's true, like to just to get some of the basics in Kubernetes, you don't need to understand Linux. But once you start to get into the nitty gritty of configuring and troubleshooting at scale, it's very useful to have a strong understanding of Linux. And Gentoo and Linux from scratch can help, just take a weekend and to try out one of those and try it for real on a system that you have to maybe use for a while. I highly encourage it for deeper understanding. But you have to follow it religiously. So follow it religiously. Don't try to take shortcuts, because every time, many users on the Gentoo forums, and I'm sure, in Linux from scratch land, as well as other operating systems, but really with Gentoo, many of the forums are filled with people who try to take shortcuts and end up losing their weekend. So follow the handbook. You'll learn from it. Think of using Gentoo and using Linux from scratch as a learning experience, rather than like, oh, this is just something I need to do. Or certainly, I hope you didn't promise your boss that you would have a Gentoo system configured by Monday on a Friday afternoon. So yeah, but it's a learning experience. You will learn more about how Linux works at fundamental levels, and how an operating system is created with Gentoo, and also how a whole range of other things about that are part of the Linux ecosystem as well. Okay, so these file systems need to be exposed. These are special file systems. So we're gonna also one thing we're gonna have to do is make mount points for not just these file systems, but also the file systems that are available in the partition that I've made a loopback device for. So to do that, let's see what partitions are there. Okay, so we're going to go back over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to do fsdisk -l. I know I'm going to have to do sudo dev loop 0p p2. I hope I can do that. Okay, wait a minute, hold on a second. So let's do a dev loop star. Let's see. Now, let's do ls block. I think I need to do that. No. There's something I need to do, I think, that a step that might have been missed. So what I need to do here, let me go back. Let me make sure I'm sharing my terminal. So my mystery is I need to expose these block devices, and I have to expose the partitions on this block device, and I don't recall how to do that. So let's see. So again, let's go over here to make sure to transition. There's nothing referring to it, how to do that in this. But let's say expose loopback block device partition Linux. I think this one looks good. It's got downvoted though. I don't know if I have kpart x on this. Let me take a look real quick. Do I have kpart x on this? I'm gonna look up the package. So yeah, X is a command to search Gentoo's portage for packages. Helps if I spell it right. kpart x is not part of that. It's not even, yeah. So let's take a look. Now I love, okay, let's see this. Don't think this is gonna, that's not what I'm looking for. Let's see if this is helpful. Ah, part scan. Okay, probably should have looked at the man page for that. But also there's part X. I do have util Linux, so let me check that. Oh, sorry guys, I was and gals, I was reading and I had my terminal up. So this is what I'm referring to. I found this, and it looks like what they want you to do is you could have an option on low setup to do partition scan. But you could also, there is a utility called part X, which will expose it. Since I've already mounted it, I'd like to try using part X. And actually part X looks like a better solution for me, from my perspective, than kpart x, because it uses the device mapper in kpart x, but I'd rather use the Linux kernel's own support for exposing partitions. I don't want to use a secondary layer. So let's see. And then let me transition back to that, and let's see. So part X. Yes, I do have part X. So let me just do a man page on part X. I'd rather make sure I'm sharing the right stuff. Okay. Let's do a man page and see. I just want to know, it tells me to use the U. It says update to specified partitions. I want to make sure I'm not doing something destructive. Okay, so what does part X do? Tell the kernel about the presence and numbering of on-disk partitions. This is great. That's exactly what I need. Given a device or disk image, part X tries to parse the partition table and list its contents. It can also tell the kernel to add or remove partitions from its bookkeeping. So this is great. This is a utility, which is why Unix is so wonderful, and the Unix model is so wonderful, that as expressed in Linux, is the Unix environment is that it has has all kinds of. It looks confusing to a lot of people, but it has very narrowly scoped utilities that do one thing and do it very well. What is this one thing that part X does? It tells the kernel about the presence and numbering of on-disk partitions. That's what it does. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. And that means that it could be very comprehensive in answering that narrowly scoped problem. That's a very powerful way of it's a powerful way of developing software, and it's a powerful way for managing a set of user-facing utilities within an operating system. So, all right. So I'm gonna try this part X show, and let's see. To force scanning a partition as if it was a whole disk. To list nested subpartitions, use the argument dash. Let's try that. Let's see. So I know I'm going to need to use sudo dash. I just need to get the show and then dash. Okay, can I do that here? No, I need permission denied. It even lists the UUID. Okay, so that's, that's somewhat useful. Well, that is useful. It's useful. So I know it works. I know part X works. And now I need to, as the Stack Exchange article showed, I need to use U. There's no nested partition, so I don't need to do that. And let me just check real quick. I think I should see them here. Well, let's do ls block. Hey, no, still don't. Oh, yep, there we go. ls block, which just, it lists block devices. It shows here we've got the loop device, which we had before, but now we've got these devices. And let's see if those are reflected in the dev file system. So ls dev loop, it's going to do star, and there they are, these two. Those two are the ones I need. So now what I'm going to do is I want to see, do file minus sk, I want to do loop 0p1. Okay, I don't have read permission, so I'm going to do sudo again. All right, so here we've got basically a boot partition. Yes, it says this is not a bootable disk. I know all that stuff is stuff's always there, at least in my experience. But this is a fat partition, so that's likely the boot partition. And let's take a look at the second partition. So it's an ext4 system. So sorry, I think I guessed ext3, but it's ext4, and this is the root fs. So there's many different ways to. There's an art of partitioning. It's kind of a lost art nowadays. For many systems, you have divided up roots, user, var, temp, etc. That's kind of tied towards traditional Unix systems. There's a long history of the file system standards in Unix, but usually on things like Raspberry Pis, you just have a root fs. What I think is important when you talk about but having one partition brings a wide range of problems, and it presents problems for the operating system when when its root file partition actually runs out of space. So you have to be mindful of and prepare in advance for as best as what's in a reasonable fashion with given the constraints of time and effort. You try to have something that handles space exhaustion, and as well as something that monitors for space exhaustion and gives you a really good warning before you're about to run out of space. Okay, just wanted to make a little commentary there. We're not going to change that today. Okay, so root fs. So what does this mean? So now what I want to do is I want to mount these partitions so I can root into them. So the first thing I need to do is I need to make, I'm going to make a place, an anchor for the chroot file systems. So I guess I'm going to do it here. I'm going to do it in temp. And I'm going to make I'm going to make root, because you have to, you can't make a slash directory. Slash is the root directory. Just when you have just slash, that's the root of the file system tree. So I'm going to make a root directory. Now I'm going to make, I'm actually going to go into root, and I'm going to make directory boot. And I'm also going to, now I'm going to go back to the Gentoo instructions, and let me see if there's a way to easily, well, I'm going to flip between. Actually, that's right. With I'm using OBS as my broadcasting software. I actually have a way of doing that with my phone. To make this will just make it easy. Just bear with me 1 second. And let's do OBS. Yep, it got it. Well, it's not going to work. So let me let's go back to this, and let's go back to too many tabs. There we go. Okay, so now I need to create these file systems within the root directory. So, and why do I need to do this? I need to do this so I can still have access once I chroot into the file system. All right, so now untarring. So the reason I have to do some extra stuff that's not listed here is because untarring the stage files, which is like a tarball that is basically one of the stages for Gentoo, it creates a number of these directories. But I have to create these directories myself right now. So I have to create right now. I have to create the Etsy directory in there, so I can also copy the DNS information from my host OS into the chrooted OS. So just FYI. All right, so we're in here as root. We've got boot in there. So now we need to also create Etsy. And we need to create think we actually now that I think about it, we don't need to create Etsy, because my hope is that the root partition actually has that directory. So actually, all I need to do now is mount the root, through a bind mount. I need to mount I need to mount the second partition into temp root. So let's do that. Let's see if it just does this with what I've got. So let's do dev loop 0 v2, which should be the root directory, mount root. Sorry, let's do temp root. And yes, of course. Let's take a look at that. There's no note. Root is a directory. Oh, I don't need to use a bind mount. That's not what I should be doing. There we go. Now let's do a ls on temp root. And look at that. We've got boot, dev, etc, opt, proc, blah, blah, blah. We've got a bunch of partitions. We've got user, var, temp. So now what I also want to do is if I do a ls temp root boot, should be, oh, there is information there. That's interesting. I'm actually going to mount boot over this. Let's see if that makes things happy or sad. Honestly, it shouldn't matter because I'm not going to be doing any package updates at this point. But let's see. So if I mount dev loop 0 p1 to temp root boot. Yes, of course. That works. Now let's just check let's check df. So look, we're starting to get these partitions here. And let's do an ls temp root boot. Okay, so I think that's what actually that looks funny. I don't think that this is what that looks funny. I'm not sure if the Raspberry Pi really does that in a normal course of events. So what I'm actually gonna remove, I'm gonna actually unmount that. Okay, so what do I need to do now? Now I need to copy in into the chroot. Actually, I may not need to do that either. I may not need to chroot. I'm just sorry. I need to be thinking out loud here. For DNS resolution, I may not need to do that. We'll see. I may not need to do this first step, copy DNS info, because I think I can just issue a DHCP command from within it, because I'll actually have, through these commands here, I'm actually going to have the kernel directories from my host exposed inside the chroot. So, although wait, do I not? I guess I don't want to do that. I don't want to accidentally, no. Actually, yes, my whole point here is to change the root password, so I won't need to do this. So I'm going to actually do this command. So I'm going to do this command. So hold on. Let's go over here. So I am going to execute this command. cp dereference. Let's see, resolve.conf. I know I'm going to need to do a temp root. Let's see. I need to do a sudo. Okay. And we're going to mount the necessary file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to expose the host's file systems inside the chroot. So mount types proc. Do that for all of these. Sudo mount rbind this temp root sys sudo mount make rslave Okay, I'm still typing, still doing it. Dev, root dev. I need to do the rslave for dev as well. And bind run let's do the make our slaves run. Okay, and I think that's it. Okay, I think I can just chroot. So let's see. I still may need to be root to do the chroot. I think I will. But let's give it a try without temp root and bash. I need a sudo. Oh. Aha. Of course this is not gonna work because the Pi is a ARM system and I'm on an x86 system. That means that the binaries are formatted differently. Interesting. I might have to do some emulation using something like QEMU, but not sure that that is the best approach when I just want to change the root password. So interesting. I think so. There's another approach, which would be, can I just narrowly scope this to changing the password of the root user and maybe or the Pi user. So let's do that. So okay, so now so for those watching, this is very common how you reach a point where you pick a solution and you iterate, and you find that that solution was not actually isn't going to work, and you pivot. Now, understanding your options at that point of pivoting is really important, but also just persevering, just continuing on, even when you're facing something like this. So I don't necessarily, I could dive in a little bit into see like, okay, if I need to chroot into an AMD system, can I do that with QEMU? Chances are yes, I could either I would chroot into it, or I would use QEMU to actually just run the image rather than mounting them inside my host, which is what of the partitions, which is what I've done. But we could try that. So what do I do to do that? Let's see if we can dive a little bit farther into this. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to change over to the browser. And let's see. So if I paste this, okay. And let's put in some extra. So this is so ARM on x86 on AMD 64, which is really what my arch is. I have a feeling I think this is probably not going to come up with that answer. Yeah, if you're using the So maybe you could. So it's interesting. So this one has, it says install QEMU user static and bin format support, which, so this is very esoteric. Bin format, I believe it basically tells the kernel what kind of binary formats the kernel will support. And I seem to remember, like, I think you can do some fancy tricks with Wine, and which is wine, Windows is, or Wine is not, it's a recursive acronym. Wine is not an emulator. It's used for running Microsoft Windows applications or .NET applications on Linux. I seem to remember that you can you can make this work so that you can actually do a chroot. So, but honestly, this is a very sparse answer, and this, it's not, doesn't seem complete. It's not accepted. It's only got one upvote. And this is on an Ubuntu system. So this is, I am running Gentoo. So I have to figure out how to do these things within Gentoo. So let me do a quick look-see and see if I have anything that resembles these kind of packages. So let's look, what do we have for QEMU in Gentoo? We have the regular, the core QEMU package. None of these are looking like great matches. But I think that this probably, like, the main QEMU package in Gentoo probably encapsulates what is a separate package inside Ubuntu. The other is bin format support. So I don't think I actually would need a separate package for that, but let's see. Let me see if there's a... Yeah, there's no packages for that. And I'll just even be a little... get more careful. I'll actually do a search within the description of the packages. So let's see. Oh, there are some... I think that's a red herring, this one, but I'm also going to look, might as well do this. I doubt that's going to give us anything useful, but we'll see. Oh, that's nice. There's a incursive interface for a QEMU. I might check that out. And the scripts and tools. Wow. VDE is interesting, but anything completely relevant? Not really. Okay, so let's go back over to the browser. And let's see. Let's see if there is I want to do, I have QEMU. See if there's something that matches this. Yeah, how can I root into a file system with a different architecture? Let's see. That's from 2012, and I think a lot of people were doing QEMU stuff. Static by copying the binary into the chroot, but let's see. Okay, another reference to QEMU user static. Oh, I see. So you have to build a static image of QEMU. That means not a dynamic linked QEMU, which means it's not using any shared libraries. Um, and okay, I think this is going to take me down a rabbit hole I don't necessarily want to go down right now. I think. Let's see if that simple answer is actually available. Not. It's not. Let's see if QEMU arm. That's not static. And the way I can tell is let's do an LDD which QEMU arm. Yeah, you can tell. This is a nice little trick that you can use. I don't need to care about where QEMU arm is in my path just by doing this, because which QEMU arm resolves to that, so that's what puts it into the command here. This QEMU arm executable is linked in to all these shared libraries. So copying this into the chroot would not work, most likely. This binary actually needs to be static. So let me just take a quick look at QEMU right now, and static static user is disabled in my use flag. So use flags are ways of configuring packages in Gentoo. It's not. And is there any other? No. So probably this is a better way actually to do this, is if I make it so the QEMU is static, and I don't, let me look up what static user means. Because there's no static command, but there's static user. So let's do this. So I am going to per package app QEMU static user. Okay. And now let's just do, so now I'm going to go over here to my root. I do have a root set up. So let's do upgrade. Not going to go into what those options are, but basically this is, I can do a pretend run on QEMU. Oop. There we go. Static user demands no plugins. So I'm not sure what plugins mean for this for QEMU. So I'm going to see plugin API via shared library. Do I use any plugins? I don't think so. So you know what? I'm going to disable plugins for QEMU. Let's see what breaks. I can undo all this stuff later. Okay, now let's see if that makes Portage happy. I think it is. Wow, but it wants a lot of dependencies also to be static, which kind of makes sense. And I don't want all of those to be static because that means that these applications will not really pay attention to updates to shared libraries. And I would have to, I think I would have to rebuild these myself and somehow know that I have to rebuild these when I update any shared libraries that are bundled into these static images or these static binaries. I don't want to go down that road if I can help it. So I'm going to undo all the stuff I just did. So here I'm going to disable this. I'm going to actually re-enable plugins. And I'm going to go back to seeing if there's a way to manipulate the the root password. So let's see what partitions I still. So I have temp root. So let's go into Etsy, and in it, and let's So this is password. So we already have, I have my user. So I use my user. And root actually doesn't have a password, I believe. Well, I think that's the case. Okay, so I'm going to look at man password and let's see, can I actually change which file I'm actually pointing to? Yes, I can change root. And maybe I can use this to test with. I can actually test that this method would actually work. So S and R. Let's give this a try. So password S R, and try. Did it say directory? Sorry, I have to go back and look. Oh no, it says directory, of course. So password SR. Let's just do dot because we're in that directory already in temp root Etsy, as you can see here. And let's just see. Fantastic. So it is referencing, it's able to read that directory. And use that directory for configuration, which is fantastic. So in theory, I could use this password command to change the password. So now, what do I want to do here? I don't want to show you guys all the password salts. So how am I going to make it so that I understand what's changed? So I'm going to go to, I'm going to do an MD5 sum on password and shadow. And I'm going to do it with root. There we go. Okay, so these hashes are important. These are going to tell me did password change, or and or did shadow change when I run this again. So let's do password. Actually, we don't need the status, just need this. And let's change the password for Jesse. And let's see, big money. Only absolute. Okay. If it wants to be strict, temp root. See? It wants to actually chroot to that directory. Is there a way to just make password interact with the file? I guess password itself doesn't really interact with the file. I'm guessing it does something. Prefix. Okay, so it has some cautions. I'm not using NIS and LDAP, so that's not applicable. Pam is using the host files. Okay, that's fine. And no SE Linux support. I'm not using SE Linux on this. So that's also fine. So let's do P for prefix instead of R. But it does. All right, hold on one second. Let's see. Oh, duh. I'm suspicious. I think this is actually not. I think this is actually reflecting on. Let me see if there's a password in here or an account that's in here that's actually not in my host system. I suspect that this is actually reading from my host system. So let's see. So let me see if this is not in my host system. So okay, I know that grelmd is in my host system. So let's see. If I look up grelmd, so that's suspicious. Yeah, grelmd is not anywhere on here, so I'm actually been looking at my host system. That's not good. So let's see. Let me go back to the. So if I want to do status. So maybe. So I can do all. So let's try this. So all. I want to do password status. Okay, yeah, that's all these grelmds there. So that's the host system. But can I actually? It is not actually listing all accounts. Let me see if it's an order thing. It is not. So and it's not erroring. I feel like this is a bad user interface on this password, because it should tell me that it actually, for whatever reason, it can't look inside this directory to show me accounts. It's showing nothing, which I know is not true. Let's see if I try to put in a bogus file name. Does it error? No, it doesn't even error. If I put in blah, blah, blah here, it doesn't even error. So that seems bad. So that's interesting. I love it that there's actually some funny stuff in man pages. So on the shadow utils, it's got a reference to XKCD. So this would apply changes. So it's only for applying changes, but apparently it doesn't work for the status information. Might be something I might consider actually creating a bug report for password, which is a basic command. But it does seem like violates the principle of least surprise for user experience to silently to say you succeeded at a command that you actually did not. So interesting. Well, I may need to take this up in the next live stream. So yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. It's not the greatest place to stop, but I think I need to recharge for the next attempt at this. So this was my first live stream, and I'm happy I did it, and I hope that this has been at least somewhat enjoyable. I'm probably going to chop this up into videos later, but I appreciate you being there, and if you watched this and found it useful, give it a thumbs up, or and maybe consider subscribing. And I'll be putting out more, and I hope hopefully we'll make it even more interesting as we keep going. Again, I'm trying to reach out and find people who might have some common interests, and maybe even those unicorns out there that might actually have common interests in strange bedfellows, like socialism, left-wing activism, and interesting musics, and open source tech and free open source technologies, and free software and open standards, and maybe someone who's actually doing infrastructure work. It doesn't have to be, or application development. So if you want to learn more about Linux, I hope to be a resource to point you in some directions, some interesting directions. So thanks again, and take care. Talk to you soon.